Hello. Back with more Mud and Lasers. The mech-based tabletop game that I've been working on for a while now. Second stream. I think I'm just gonna jump right in while people start showing up. Start writing some examples just to get warmed up. Let's see. That example is going to need to be a picture. Let's see. There was a couple down here. Yeah, gaining and losing heat. Firing weapons generates heat. Heat may also be gained from other sources, such as enemy weapons or effects. Mech has a heat value, heat capacity, and heat sink amount. Yeah, so this is to the end of his turn. Shinji has a heat value of 14, but heat capacity of only 10. As such, he will take 4 damage directly to his armor, ignoring his current evasion. After determining if you take any damage from having too high of a heat value, you reduce your current heat value by a heat sink amount. I think I was going to do this with dice. I think I want to sink heat with dice. I think that's more fun than gaining heat through dice. So let's just assume that for now. After taking damage for having too high of a heat value, Shinji then sinks or removes heat no, let's start with Shinji has a heat sink amount of 1d6. His current heat value is 14. At the end of his turn, after taking damage for high heat value, no, that's not how you spell heat. High heat value, he rolls a rolls 1d6 and gets a 3. He then reduces his heat value by 3 from 14 down to 11. I think with these current values, the heatsink amount might be too swingy. We'll come back to that when we start doing balancing, but right now, if you have like a heatsink of 14, like the difference between 1d6 heat sink and 2d6 heat sink is a lot. And I think I would like it to be a bit smaller, which will involve which will most likely involve increasing relative heat values and heat capacities and stuff like that. Heat capacity will probably end up being something more like 20 or 30, I guess. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. What I actually want to spend the bulk of today on is fleshing out the weapons and mech lists so that I can finish off the combat section and have a complete example rule set to be able to start testing, not including the social or campaign rules. Oh, this should probably have an example. Oop. Example, Shinji attacks a drone with his flamethrower, dealing 6 heat, or rolling a 6 for heat value added. Since the drone does not have a heat capacity, it instead takes 6 damage. Damage instead, damage inflicted in this way. Should this... It doesn't make sense for this damage to... I mean, the logical thing... I'm thinking about evasion here. The logical thing here to do is to... Actually, I guess I haven't really thought about how doing heat damage and evasion are going to interact. No, I think, yeah. I think it should just work with evasion regularly, I guess. Yeah, I guess we'll think about that a bit more once we get into some actual weapons that deal heat damage. All right. Some of this. Yeah, let's start. I still haven't figured out what I want to do with interacting and whether or not I should cut it. So I'm gonna leave that for now. Let's move into the armory, I guess. What are my... Mech combat is heading to. Yeah, right. Armory. Yeah, let's just stick to this order. Mech frames. 4. Blank mech frame sheet. At some point I'll design out like an actual sheet. There's some programs out there that you can use to make cool looking sheets, but for right now it's just going to be a pretty simple list of the things that will eventually end up on said sheet. So, things mechs have. They have a name. They have a class. They have move speed. They have armor, structure, heat capacity, heat sink, weapon slots, module slots, specialty system, specialized system slots. What else am I missing? I think that's most of it. I guess special rules. Something that's going to go on. Yeah, and I guess, let's see, permanent effects for damage and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think it needs a pilot on it. Because you're allowed to swap mech frames from pilot to pilot, so actually writing that onto the sheet is not... I want to keep it clear that they don't belong to a person, or at least they don't have to. And if players wrote their name on their mech sheet, then they would feel more of a sense of ownership. Which I, in this case, want to avoid. Then we're going to have our list of mech frames. I'll just do a quick pass on headings here. Mech frames, weapons. Oop, 3. Modules. And specialized systems. Okay. So let's pull up some of the example frames I had made before. Or, you know what? No, let's run through the weapons and modules and stuff first. Let's do modules, because this list was fairly short. I guess I should do this as a table. Insert a table. How did I do background on this before? Highlight color, text color. Now I can do it. Oh, there's a background color further down some menu. There it is. Gray for headings, bold for headings. Name, cost, and effect, or rules, or whatever. I'm gonna leave cost stuff for blank now because I'm not worried about the campaign structure at this point. So what do we got? We've got heat sink is a module you can add. It adds 1d6 heat sink. Extra ammo. Double. For one weapon. They'll need to be clear about how multiple instances of X. I could just say each weapon may only have one assigned extra ammo module. Actuators. +1 movement. Is there a shortcut for adding a row? No, I guess not. Oh well. Let's see, powered actuators, reinforced armor. We'll give you +10 armor. That's not what I wanted. Start row below. Oh, interesting. Define armor. I wonder what that does. Oh, sure. I was hoping for some sort of like quick link, make your own description attached to a word or something. But I guess it just looks it up in the dictionary. That's fine. Targeting computer. I did mean with a single T. +1 range on all weapons. Previous version had +1 range for also specialized systems. I don't know if I love that. This feels like an instance where I can just make the rules simpler. If you tab out a last cell, it automatically makes a new line. Oh, thank you. Hell yeah. Let's see. What are some other modules we can add? What are some rules we can interact with? I kind of want to do heavy frame as +1 structure, -1 movement. Also, hey Rubik, how's it going? Make some of these modules a bit more trade-off-y. And I guess there's also the option of weapon mounting. If you want to spend your stuff on just extra weapons. Oh, I guess we should have heatsink capacity as well. +1 weapon slot. Tab, not enter, right. Heatsink. Say, I don't know, +10 heat capacity. Kind of like the idea of some more of these trade-off ones. Like let's have one that's like +20 armor, -10 heat capacity. +2 movement, -10 armor, stuff like this. Actually, I think I want to turn that one into a trade-off as well. I don't want all of them to be trade-offs. But just ways to sort of mess with the numbers on things. Oh, that's what I had done. Dedicated support hardware is specialized system uses. Add one use to one specialized system. Drone rigging. Can use an additional drone at once. Or can use an additional drone simultaneously at the same time. That sentence feels awkward. Can use can control an additional drone at increases the amount of maximum drones you can control at any given time by 1. Can control at once by 1. Okay. Is there anything else I wanted to add? Is there any other numbers I can mess with? think this is fine for now. Let's just delete this row. Let's do some specialized systems. And I should come up with a name for these trade-off ones. Lightweight armor is kind of boring. I want to say something a little bit more interesting than just lightweight armor for this one. Anyways. Insert. Table for specialized systems. Very similar. These are all bold. These are all background gray. This one, I think. Name, cost, effect. Drone, cost, effect. I need to make a rule section for drones. Environmental effects. Drones. To do. But they have stuff like we've got 10 armor, 0 structure, 5 movement, 1 laser. Something like this. Oh, I could do... I can probably just do a... Insert column right. Uses. 1 use. Regain, I don't know, 20 armor. Let's bump it up. I think I want my armor values to be higher than my previous pass. Turbo jets uses 1 effect, gain 5 movement for 1 turn. Holographic field. 3 gain 5 evasion. Wait, why is that? How did... What is happening here? I guess having it go over the page rake is just kind of weird. Oh, well. There we go. Incendiary grenade. It's 3? 2 uses. 2 uses. Add a 3x3 square of what did I call it in the high temperature terrain to the map within 10 squares. You, I guess. Add a 3x3 square from map things. With its center placed within 10 squares of you. Should I mention line of sight? What are my line of sight rules? Getting losing heat. Ammunition, range, damage, heat, attacking, evasion. Specialized systems. Some specialized systems may require line of sight, so I should center placed on a square within on a square that you can see. You can see within 10 tiles. I kind of just want to be range 10. Requires line of sight. Yes, but that doesn't quite get the rules the way I want them. Smoke grenades. Grenades. I think having all of the grenades have 2 uses makes them feel similar to each other. And then grab all list texts, and then instead of that we put cover. Target painter uses infinity symbol. 1 mech within or I could just have a range table. Or a range column. I think that makes a bit more sense. Insert column right. Range. One. Not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. 10. For infinity, Alt 236. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have alt codes memorized. Smoke grenades, range 10. Like 7, I guess. 1 mech within range and line of sight loses 5 evasion. Yeah, let's drop that range down a bit. I like the idea of a oh, the only one you have memorized is Alt 0215, which is the proper mathematical X. Yeah. At some point, I think I had the copyright one memorized. Oh, well, that was a very long time ago. Yeah. So sort of the intended use of the target painter is on light mechs as a sort of an effect that can't miss, making way for heavier mechs. The target painter also doesn't generate heat, which is nice. Stuff like that. And I think having it be a static value rather than a die roll makes it feel more like a system rather than a weapon. Speaking of weapons, let's move over some of these. These I did actually sit down and work out values, or at least like. So there's the design concept of a possibility space. And I did sit down and try and make weapons that fit within, or at least explore that possibility space pretty well. You know what, I'm just going to copy this table. I think I should change these to be lighter. I think that's better. I'll split the difference. There we go. So, weapons. We got lasers, which do 1d6, have a range of 8, generate 2 heat. Yeah. So, like, the trade-offs here, the lasers are fairly even across the board in terms of stats. They do an even amount of, like, an average amount of heat, an average amount of range, average amount of damage. The missiles have low amount of damage, but also have low amount of heat. Have differing amounts of range, and have ammo, like fairly high ammo. The rail cannons and the auto cannons have lower ammo, higher damage, higher heat. Stuff like that. And I do like the idea of a shield going in a weapon slot that can just give you additional armor. But that also means that it can be destroyed, like any other weapon can be when you end up rolling on the damage table. So I think this is still fine for a pass on weapons. I should probably move over some of this stuff. This is more flavor additions to mechs, which describe sort of the various capabilities of a mech, like having a targeting computer, which lets you look at the sheets of enemy mechs, stuff like that. Radio, like that's how you communicate with other people. So this should probably make its way in somewhere. Probably up here in creating mechs. Specialized systems. Yes, other equipment. is a set of default equipment describing the capabilities of standard mechs. So equipment does not have special rules attached, but is I'm going to say does not have special rules. And then list this out. Let's not get distracted. Okay, so we got these things. Are there any other specialized systems I want to add? Probably. Did I miss any? No. One of the things I want to avoid with specialized equipment is adding sort of persistent effects for other people to have to track, like lowering movement speed or things like that, unless it is a permanent modification from taking damage. Like that's basically the only place I want to use that to make it feel different from other things. So I could think of, like, for example, I could think of, like, I don't know, a big glue grenade or something that reduces the movement of an enemy mech for a turn. But I don't want to track that. I want this game to be simpler than that. Oh, I could do like an ejectable heat sink. Uses 1, range none. Move 10 heat from your heat value. Something like that. Let's do it, make it a big effect. You can only use one of them. Speakers are popping at me, which is annoying. It's either one of the cables or the actual connection on my speakers has always been slightly damaged. So it's worth noting that the pilot abilities are going to interact with specialized systems and stuff like that. Let's do a quick review here. +1 movement, additional change in direction. Oh my god, this stupid cable. 1 second. There we go. The cable's right under my desk, and I can fiddle with it with my foot, but every now and then it's just bad. I'd replace it, but these speakers are actually quite nice. I mean, they're not amazing or anything, but I got them for free. They've done me good for 15 years or whatever. Yeah, drone rigger. Level strike, support specialist. Yeah. Some of these are definitely more powerful than others. Looking at these pilot abilities, the quick one is probably not very good. Yeah, well, let's take a look at some mech frames. The one thing that does get added on to the mech frame sheet rather than the blank mech sheet is its stock loadout. So yeah. I do want this to be just copyable, so I can just copy this chunk and then fill things in. Weapons, modules, specialize, special. I can spell. I swear I can spell. Systems. Okay, let's start with this Zanuva heavy lifter. Yeah. Dear speakers, please don't. So name, class, support. I guess this bonus here doesn't make as much sense because I haven't actually added in carrying items at all. You can move 6. You got 30 armor. You got 3 structure. You got a heat capacity of 20. A heat sink of 2d6 default, I think. No, 1d6 default. You've got 4 weapon slots, 2 modules, 2 specialized system support slots. It's got no permanent effects because the permanent effects thing is always going to be, and name is always going to be empty on this, I guess. Yeah, let's just pull them out. We're making specifically a blank mech frame sheet. Okay. What would be a good special rule if I don't have the can carry an additional item? Yeah, let's just leave it at none for now. We can come back to it later. This is going to be just sort of a... I guess I should have a description here. Repurposed... Vehicle. Solid, but unexciting. And it's going to start off with 2 lasers, 2 SRMs. What's it going to have for modules? I've changed up the module list. I think looking at this for the stock loadout based off the way the structure and heat and stuff like that, none of the stock loadouts are going to have trade-off items. I think that's going to be a limitation that I will use. Yeah, let's give them reinforced armor for sure. Well, actually, I guess I can use the trade-off stuff. It doesn't really matter if it, because all of them are going to add things. I guess I need to call out that these values don't include stock loadout additions. Effects from stock loadout modules are not included in the above stats. Sure. Specialized system, what are I giving? Nano assemblers, incendiary grenades. That sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, let's give him another. Let's give him. This will also serve as an example of you're allowed to take the same module more than once. Stealth mech. Yeah. Oh, I guess I could do. Nano assemblers getting an extra use could work for its sort of intended function of sort of just a mid-class, just a medium all-rounder mech. But what would be nice was something that ties into the idea of being a repurposed construction mech. Yeah, I'll just leave it blank. Not everything needs a special rule. Alright. Let's do this stealth mech. I don't think I should come up with more sort of background names. Class is a light mech. Its move speed is 10. It has an armor of 20, which is lower than the medium mech we've already done. It's got a structure of 2. Its heat capacity is lower or higher than the lifter? Lower. 15. Its heat sink is about the same. Its weapon slots are less. Its module slots are similar. It's got two specialized slots. Actually, you know what? One specialized slot has a holographic field. In addition, has a holographic field that does not take a specialized system slot. Holographic fields gain an additional use. So this is meant to be sort of a close range light mech, being highly evasive and then getting up close with high damaging weapons, and relying on evasion for damage mitigation. All right, I'm moving on to glass of water number 2. I poured 2 glasses of water for myself at the start of the stream. I kind of want to do another pass on these weapons. Because as it is, they're very, very much just stripped straight out of BattleTech. And I think I can do better than that. Shield is a good start. But I don't think I have good low range, high damage, high heat as an option. And I guess I also want to add, like, specifically flamethrowers. Damage, none, range, 4, heat, 4, no ammo, plus 1d6 heat on target. Right, I think I want to call out more directly damage instead. Damage dealt in way still is I want to call out that it's dealt to evasion the way that regular damage is. Dealt to evasion first as usual. Yeah, so that's a flamethrower. I kind of want like a shotgun equivalent. But I don't want to call it a shotgun. That's where I'm at. And I think I want to call autocannon something else because I've never really liked that name. clean that up. Look, this is gonna roll. It's gonna roll a d12. It's gonna have a range of 4. It's gonna do 6 heat, and it's gonna have 4 ammo. It's only gonna take 1 slot, unlike this rail cannon that does a d20 and has 20 range. Flechette launcher? Thinking back to Unreal Tournament, I think is what that was called. I'll think about that. But anyways, I want to give one of those and a laser to this thing. Laser, and you're gonna have powered actuators. Did I give you 2 modules? Yeah, alright. Give you dedicated support, what did I call it? Hardware for your holographic field. Gives it initial use. And specialized systems, it's got its included holographic field, and what else should it have? Let's give it a target painter. Actually, no, let's give it an injectable heatsink. That seems fun. Yeah. So now we have this neat little stealth mech that hits like a truck. Roll 1d12. So, you know, it shows up and goes 1d12, 1d6. It's short range. It can also do bad values, you know. Do I want rerolls in this game? They're not currently in this game. It's something I could add. I don't think I'm going to add it until I find a particular system that needs a punch up. I'm just going to keep that in my back pocket. Let's move on. I still need a better name than Stealth Mac. Call this a skink. Everyone loves a good skink. tiny little lizard. What does happen if a skink bite you? Not very much. That's fine. Let's make a... yeah, let's leave it as a skink stealth mech. Harpy Advanced Recon. That's what we're going to do next. Oh, I should break this into light, medium, and heavy sections, shouldn't I? So I have a blank sheet. Support. And heavy. We're gonna move the fact that the heavy lifter as a support is there we go. Oh man, this stupid mouse. It is time for a new mouse. I'm getting a lot of inadvertent double clicks. All right. So, Harpy Advanced Recon is a light mech. It has a move speed of, is it faster or slower than the skink? Slower, I think, yeah. It's a bit heavier armored. It's got the same amount of structure. It's got heat capacity of low, I think. What did I say was up there? 15. Heatsink is going to be 1d6. I think a lot of the default heatsink values are going to be 1d6. Weapon slots 3. Module slots 0. I guess we'll just keep going with the in a specialized system. These are no modules. I don't think it's fun to not have modules. This is going to have an additional heatsink. And it's going to have a target painter. This is sort of just a solid, reliable thingy. Oh, I skipped over Brawler and Artillery Mech. That's fine. Yeah, let's just do all the light mechs first, so I can get them in my head as equivalent to each other. Salish Raven. Yeah. I've got these two Salish mechs, which I quite like, with them being and having the amphibious role be a thematic tie together of these. which means they can traverse otherwise impassable water terrain as opposed to difficult terrain, and they sink additional heat when ending their turn in low temperature areas. Right. Salish Raven. This class is light. Its move speed is. I think I'm gonna bring this one down a bit. I want all of the light mechs to have fairly high move speed. I'm looking at some of these numbers, and yeah, at some point I need to sort of drill down and go, okay, what's the average damage output for these mechs? Because we're rolling 1d6 and 1d12, whereas this is just rolling 3d6. I think the 3d6 is going to average out to a bit higher and have more range than this close range brawler. So I think I want to jump this up so that this can fill its role a bit better, but I need something to make it so that it's not just straight better than this one. Let's drop it a module slot, but now it's very similar to the Raven, which means I think I want the Raven to be more of the 2 and 2 setup. Yeah. Which means you've got 2 lasers. You got a heat sink. You don't want it at this point. You probably don't want a heat sink. We probably want. What modules can we give you? Targeting computer. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, actually, you know what? Heatsink and a targeting computer. Let's see. How much is lasers generating 2 heat a turn? No, you don't want a heatsink on that. What if I gave you 2 large lasers? Then you're rolling 2d10. Versus the 2x flechette launcher would give you 2d12 and a. Yeah, I guess that double click again. Yeah, this feels a bit better for close-up damage. Actually, you know what I should do instead of this? I have a whole thing for this. Let's go into my Steam library. Let's find Sophie's Dice, which I think I have in Steam. Do. This was a neat little thing made by an indie dev by the name of Zippy Holden. You should definitely check out. Alright. 312 plus 1d6. Go! 16. It needs to be smaller. Compared to the 2d10 that the other one is rolling. So it's still getting pretty good damage values out of it. Like, comparable. Flip, of course, being a large laser. A large laser doesn't even generate that much heat. It should generate more heat. I'm gonna jump these values up a bit. 3, 6. Do I have anything using a D8? Large laser can go down to a D8. Yeah, that feels a bit better. In terms of where I want something with 2 damage, or with 2 weapon slots to be able to do at mid-range. It's generating 12 a turn if it does that? Okay, maybe that is a high. That's probably fine. But that's enough to actually want the additional heat sink. Yeah. So this positions it as it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit more survival, it's got a lot more range. And it's got a lot more damage output. Or, no, its damage output is a bit less. So, like, it's got more armor, but it doesn't rely on evasion as much. So it's a little bit heavier, a little bit longer range, but doesn't have the high burst that the stealth mech can do. It feels about right. Resisting is like, yeah, I don't know, take 20 damage. Or not that much if I, roll poorly, but... Okay, so... now that we've got sort of more of an idea about how the skink and the harpy stack up to each other, how does the raven feel different from those yet again? I think I want the raven to be high movement, low armor, but not relying on specialized system state evasion, just moving very quickly. And then B, consistent but not bursty damage output. So let's give you, what did I say, 10. Let's give you like a move speed of, is 12 too much? 12 is probably too much. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't allow double moves with the way that these movement values are. It's possible all the movement values need to come back down. It depends on how big I end up making the maps. I guess for comparison, standard D&D move is 5 squares. And then you can double that to 10. And that feels like a lot. But if I bring the light mechs down, then the heavy mechs have to come very far down. Which also might not be fun. Let's give you a move speed of 10. Let's remember 20 structure 2. 2 is going to be standard structure for light mechs, I think. I think it'll be like 2, 3, 4 for light support heavy in terms of structure. Heat capacity. Let's give you a higher heat capacity, I think. Yeah, let's give you a higher heat capacity, give you the default 1d6 heat sink. Let's give you 3 slots. Do I want 3? 3 is high damage output, 2 is medium damage output. Let's give you medium damage output. And yeah, I think let's have this have an extra special slot over the other one, and then we are going to put in our special amphibious rules. Can move through impassable water tiles as if they were difficult terrain. Removes heat instead of 4 heat when in low temperature tiles. Stock loadout. Autocannon and a laser? Maybe? Max autocannon, sure, why not? Modules. Increased movement. That's powered actuators. Specialized systems. Turbojets and Tiger Painter, I think. Is that right? No, let's do turbojets and smoke grenades. Alright, we've done 3 light mechs, we've done 1 medium mech, and 0 heavy mechs. Yeah. Do I have any other light mechs? Oh, there's a couple of other... yeah. Yeah, let's do a heavy mech, and then let's take a break, because I've drunk a fair amount of water and need to go to the bathroom. Let's grab our blank sheet. Which one should we do? Let's do the Orca. This is the big counterpart to the Raven. So we'll also have that amphibious rule. This is going to move speed of 4, I guess, as a heavy mech. Armor of... Yeah, I think I liked the 35 armor. Structure is 4. Heat capacity is... let's say 20. Heat sink is 1d6. Weapon slots 4. Module slots 2. 1 specialized system, and the amphibious rule. Is 4 slots enough? This is a heavy mech after all. Let's give it 5 slots. 5 weapon slots. 3 module slots. Yeah. And its stock loadout is going to be... some amount of lasers, I think. Yeah, let's make it very similar to the Raven, but bigger. The Raven had an autocannon and a laser. This is going to have large lasers and autocannons. Multiple. Yeah, 2... let's give it a heat sink. Powered actuators, so initial movement. Let's give it heat capacity, why not? Specialized systems, it's going to have an ejectable heatsink. So this is going to be like when it rolls, it's going to gain... If it wants to fire everything, it's going to gain 18, 20, 22 heat, which is just 0 to full in one go. So this is 3d8 plus 2d12. Which is a lot of damage. Yeah, that seems good for a heavy mech. Yeah, I don't know. All of these values feel like a lot of guesswork at this point. I think currently the game might be a bit on the lethal end. But I think that's fine. I don't know. We'll find out when we get to testing. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna refill water, go to the bathroom and stuff like that. I've been talking for an hour and a half straight, so yeah. All right. We'll run a quick ad break while I'm away as well. Don't go away. Keep plugging along after this brief intermission. Alright, I have returned. Run an ad break so people don't get to see pre-roll ads for a bit, which will be nice for them. Turn off this and get back to what we were doing. Alright. Let's do a couple more loadouts, and then let's make some quick NPC enemies. Because I think we're getting close enough to enough rules to do testing, which is nice. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do testing yet. There's probably some online map-based thingies. I haven't looked into it too far. If you got any suggestions, I would certainly love to hear them. Yeah, more mechs. Let's do the drone commander. I do think this is an interesting option. So, drone commander is a support mech. And this is where we start getting into why there are support mechs and not just medium mechs. Class support mech. Move speed 6, armor 30. Is fairly high. Structure is 3 as a support mech. Heat capacity is 20. Heat sink is 1d6. It has 2, 1, and 1. Carry, drone systems, has an included drone system with 3 total uses. You can still only have 1 drone deployed unless otherwise noted. Specialized system is going to have included drones. And then I'm also going to give it... Oh no, there was a drone rigging was one of the modules I'm going to give it. Well, that's just going to be the one module I give it, I guess. Its weapons going to be a large laser and a long-range missile just to poke at people. Specialized system is drone, and give it 1 extra specialized system slot. Actually, no. Let's just give it 0 specialized systems, except it always has drones. And I'll give it 2 modules. So we can have drone rigging and... I give it as well. Still haven't come up with a name for this. And I can't use these 2 modules until I come up with names for them. Stripped down. Yeah. No, I don't like that name either. Should capitalize that. Let's clean that up. Not removed weight. What do This is always where I end up getting stuck. It's on naming things. Da, 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 da. Aggressive tuning, I guess. No. How about that? Experimental actuators, as opposed to the powered actuators. I don't think that's what I want to give it though. Also, let's make its default move speed 5 and then give it powered actuators. Does that make sense? Is that interesting? No. Oh, let's give it extra ammo for its LRM. That makes sense. So then, if you've got a drone commander pilot or a drone specialist pilot in the default loadout, you got 3 drones. You can deploy them all at once. They've each got a laser. And they can move around and gain evasion on their own. And then you sort of sit back and poke at them and move your drones around to poke at them as well. And if you want to go all in, you can replace the LRM ammo with dedicated support hardware to have an extra backup drone. I could probably make different types of drones. Oh well, think about that later. Alright. Did the advanced recon. Let's do a brawler mech. Big heavy brawler. The idea behind this mech is that it's a heavy mech with all the benefits that come there, but it's about melee. So it's looking to overcome its speed deficiencies. Archon. I guess. Yeah. I kind of want, like, made-up company name Archon or something like that. Do I have any, like, extra company names in my notes? I don't think so. Archon class. Heavy mech. Move speed 4. Armor 40. Structure 4. Heat capacity 25. Heat sink 1d6. Weapon slots 4. Module slots. 2 specialized system slots. 2. No special rules. But its modules are powered actuators. This is gonna have a shield, a lance, and what, like 2 lasers or something? Plasma lance, that's what I called it. Shield gives it extra armor. Plasma lance gives it melee without heat, which is nice. Wow, this fleshlight launcher really steps on the toes of the autocannon. Bring the autocannon down to a D10. The fleshlight launcher one less use. Alright, so you got a shield, you got a plasma lance. What else do I want to give you? Let's give you 2 SRMs. Is that Mike? No, I'm just going to give you two flechettes. Flechette launcher modules are powered actuators and well, the specialized system is going to be turbojets. So I guess, yeah, I'll do located support hardware. This also needs to be capitalized. Good job, me. Hardware for its turbojets. And then it's going to have turbojets. Close the distance. I am very much thinking about removing the extra movement rule, or the move twice rule. Alright. I think this is enough, like, sort of first pass mechs. I want to make some NPC mechs. Just going to go down here in the GM section. Just going to make a table down here so I have something to reference. Or, yeah. Insert a table, let's see. Name, movement speed, armor, structure, weapons. Name, movement speed, armor, structure, weapons. basically all you need to know for a very simple NPC. And then you can make the more complicated mechs to go in alongside these. These are goons. Background color, gray, old. Tank has speed 6, has armor 15, has 0 structure, and has an autocannon. No, let's give it 20 armor. Sniper drone has speed 4, has armor also 20, has 0 structure, and has a rail cannon. Autocannons are 1d10, rail cannons are 1d20, which is very swingy, but laser turret, speed 0, armor 50, structure 2, has 2 lasers. Let's give 2 large lasers. Artillery has a speed of 3, has an armor of 20, has a structure of 0, and has 2x LRM. It's probably enough. That's, you know, a nice little quick pass on. I mean, I do kind of end up on 20 armor a lot. Let's give you 30 armor. Actually, no. Leave you on 20. Give you 30. Maybe you down to 15. Like, I think this is all the info you need to run an enemy. Which means I technically have enough info to do a test now. But I don't know how I'm going to go about testing things. I need a map. What was the site? There was a site I was looking at. Suffix would know this. Hey! Speak of the devil. You know map software stuff. What's the software you use for map things? Would it be good fit for doing testing? Also, this game doesn't have initiative rolls in it. It does have initiative, but no rolls for that thing specifically. Glad that I acknowledge that you are the devil. You are the devil. Better the devil you know. Something like that. Gosh, we're at 17 pages on this thing already. I guess a lot of it is stuff like this, which is fairly low information to high page count ratio. Oh, right. I should add, so turbojets are one thing, game 5 movement, 1 turn. But I also wanted to add a jetpack. Oh, interesting. So because of the way I've laid out the rules, using Counter Plus, which is an iOS app, interesting. You can send me a map. Ooh. Because the way I've laid out the specialized systems in the turn order, you activate them after you have both moved and attacked. So gaining 5 movement from turbojets doesn't make sense. But I do want... so what I was thinking is something more like a jetpack or jump jets. Let's do jump jets, which have 2 uses, have 0 range, and say move 5 tiles in 1 direction. Gain or move up to 5 tiles in 1 direction. Gain evasion for each tile you move. What if turbojets was just move an additional time? Yeah, I think I like that better. Discorded. Ooh, a map. Yeah. What was the... There was another site I was looking at. I guess I can just doodle on this. That'll be fine. There's a few, yeah. I want to say it was called something like Turbo Fog, but I don't think that's it. And then I think I am going to cut the additional move rules. I think they make things complicated, and I think having turbojets as a specialized system to do that makes it a bit more interesting. Let's just cut that. For all of Dungeon Draft. That's been getting the most buzz lately. Interesting. Ignore impassable terrain, provided you do not end your movement. Well, that's not true, because it's incarnate. Also good world map generator. Yeah, that's less what I'm looking for in this case. I just want to be able to, like, simulate a battle. Move things around on a map. Ignore difficult terrain with this movement. Pass over chasms, deep water, or similar impassable terrain, so long as you do not end your movement there. Yeah, 3 uses. Take a look at Dungeon Draft. Oh, Dungeon Fog, that's the one I was using. Alright, Dungeon Draft as a trailer. Neat. Unintimidating UI. What if I want to be intimidated by my UI? No, that's fine. Paint landscape, built-in lighting, built-in dungeon and cave generator, no internet, DRM free, no subscription, no additional licensing, tag system for objects, minor requirements. Has some extensions, supported platforms, purchased through Humble. $20. Dungeon Fog is the one that I was looking at. I might actually have a map that I did on this. Could have sworn I made a... Yeah, there we go. Fill, please. Thank you. Right. Look at this map. Unlock premium. No thanks. Which this lets me make a map. I can't remember if this lets me actually move things around on it. What even are the controls? Yeah, this is a very simple little... Some cover down here, some water over here, some buildings in the middle sort of thing. Campaign? Sure. Add a token. It's full screen. Let's make... Ah, yeah, there's some stuff over here. Image. No, this one. Order. What does... Yeah, let's just do a flat color. My maps, campaign map, tests. No, I don't. So how do I... It's thrilling, I know. Campaign notes, how do I actually run a test? Edit? Oh, this just dumps me into the edit. And player vote view. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. I don't know. Yeah, let's uncover that. Alright. Let's make a... Okay, so we got these player tokens. We can also just be like, token. How do I move them around? Add remove squares? No, that's not what I want. This thing. Okay. Let's move tokens around like this. It's not bad. So I guess put our player down here. They'll start on the edge. Down there. These two will start on the opposite edge. These two I'm going to say are tanks, so they'll follow our tank rules. Oh, come on. Yeah. And this mouse is starting to get to me in terms of the double clicks. Yeah, we got our tanks down here. They can move 6. And we're gonna say the mech in question is the Venutech Archon. Why not? Oop. I don't know what that did. The enemy is going to go first. They have higher movement values. They've got movement of 6. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a straight line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a straight line. Is there a distance calculator or anything? Oh, that's a journal, I guess. Site enable, I guess. Range in squares. Let's see, what did I say the range on a autocannon was? 12? Anyways, I can just count it, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just out of range. Alright. Player gets to go. They've got a movement speed of... Oh, I guess both of these now have 12 evasion as well. They get to go. They've got a movement speed of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They gain 8 evasion. What do they have for weapons? They had 2 flesh... Let's see. Shield, power lance, or plasma lance, and 2 flechette launchers. Flechette launcher range is 4. They're not in range. They're going to activate... they're not going to fire anything this turn. They're going to activate their turbojets to allow them to move an additional time. Actually, did I give them +1 movement? I did. So they actually moved 5 and gained 10 evasion. Then they can move 5 more. 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess what they could do is they can turn once. So instead of going here, they can go here. They've still moved 10 total. They've got 20 evasion in this turn. Now we're going back to the enemies. On the start of their turn, they lose all their evasion. Got no heat to worry about. Can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Center to center, that's line of sight, that's within range. They've got 12 evasion now. This person's got 20. They've got an autocannon, so they can fire a D10. They do 9 damage, which is not enough to remove the evasion. Vet 11 evasion left. This one is now going to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The range is 12, so they're well within range. Back up to their maximum evasion. And fire this, they're also going to roll a d10. Not enough to remove all of the evasion. This player's turn. They're going to lose the remaining evasion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is not quite enough to reach. They're going to fire their 2 flechette launchers, gaining 12 heat out of their heat capacity of 25. So they've got 10 evasion. They're rolling 2d12. This would be a lot easier if I actually had ways to track all this information instead of just doing it in my head. They are doing 7 damage, which is not a lot. They are down to 2 uses on each of their flechette launchers. These each have 12 evasion, so that's not enough to punch through evasion. Then they're going to sink 1d6 at the end of their turn. So 4 out of the 12 heat that they generated last turn goes away. They have 8 heat remaining. It's this thing's turn. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And fire its autocannon. Removing 8 points of evasion. This thing has 2 points of evasion left because it moved 5 last round. This is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Come on, mouse, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. Has 12 evasion. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's another 12 of its autocannon. It's also going to roll a d10 for 9. Dealing 7 points of armor damage to the to our brawler mech. Yeah. So what I'm noticing already is that evasion is very powerful. This combat's going to take 12 years to finish with the current damage output versus the amount of evasion mitigation. And the fact that it's got like 40 armor and 4 structure is a huge amount to have to soak up. But it's also going to run out of ammo in like 2 turns and not have destroyed anything. Interesting. So, things we've learned. Being able to track these numbers would be nice. I can't just do it all in my head. Though I got surprisingly far. The armor numbers, the evasion amounts should probably come way down. So let's drop evasion down to 1 per turn, or 1 per square. Where is it? Alright, let's just do this. so you can actually see my table of contents. The old TOC, mech combat, evasion. Get 1 point of evasion, which was actually my initial first value, but yeah. The other option is to reduce movement speeds across the board. Because at 6 movement, what's the size on this? Like 30 by 30 something? 20 by 20? Can't remember where I specified that. I do like the movement rule. Only being able to turn once. I think that is interesting. Not foggable. I'm just clicking on things. But yeah, this is like a 20-25 size grid. It did get oh hey, there's the Fog of War stuff. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So if I drop the movement speed down, like 6 is a fair amount of movement. So if these things are only getting 6 evasion a turn, and this thing's only getting 5. Interesting. It does make anything that gives you evasion more powerful, for sure. Which is, I mean, makes sense. Let's remove things right now. It would be nice to have some sort of program that calculated a bunch of this stuff automatically. That is something I could make. It would involve programming, though. I mean, I guess I could do it as like a web deployable thing. That could be fun. It's a project to think about for another time. I guess other thoughts. Sheet maker. I know there's one popular one that's NBoss. I've used this a bit. This thing is involved. It is pretty good, though. How about this one? Yeah, if I could have something to... So now we're in the wild world of futzing around with design tools. Interesting. This does look pretty good. This actually looks kind of great. Let's futz around with this for a bit. I don't think this existed last time I was looking, but that was like a couple of years ago. Let's see, it's in beta. Does this have a cost to it? Doesn't look like it. That's pretty sweet. Register. Checklists. Actually, max. Last pass. Generate password. If you managed to figure out what that password was in that time, props to you. You can log into this account. That pseudo already exists. Boo. Email sent, follow the instructions. Gonna go big for a second while I look at my email. Big. Where's my email? I guess my email's on a different page anyways. Email validation. Email has been validated. We can now go smaller. We can log in. Let's take a look. Dashboard, your campaigns, your templates. Let's make a template. Name label, biography label, change label. Okay, choose an existing template. Let's start with an empty template. Empty template? Hello? Okay. Kind of just poking things around here. Yeah. So that's new. That's tabs and such. Okay, we can bin that. How do you add labels and stuff? Modules. Here we go. Other separators. All right. So we can do this thing. Let's take a look. Whoop. Let's right-hand side that. Left-hand our mech sheet. Because we have a list of all the things we want to put in there. How do I edit these? Yeah, what was the name? Class. Is that right? Ah, I see. Adjustable module. Text label. Visible field. Visible label? Class. So if I do that, and then I preview this, what does this end up looking like? Minimus sunt invoke. Okay. Class. Yeah, okay. Ah, I see. They've got the... It's just or lorem ipsum for the default values, I guess. So we've got our number. Move speed. Oh, don't want a text thing. Come on. Armor. I guess we can put. Yeah. Structure. Come on. Hello? Template name, this is a mech frame. Or just a mech. I can't tell if I'm not moving things correctly, or if my mouse is just being bad. Simple modules. So we've got adjustable modules, simple modules. Icon stat. Ability scores table. Interesting. What does a passive skill look like? Label name, label description, label title, cities. No. So passive skill could be like one of our modules. Oh, interesting. There is a subscription. Custom template savings only available to our subscribers. How much does it cost, actually? Because this is pretty neat. This is definitely the sort of thing I was thinking about. This is in French. Why is it in French? Who knows? I have no idea how this works. Oh no, there's a sidebar here. All right. Choose reward. Nope, it's still in French. Spy campaign, 3 custom templates. Interesting. €3 a month for 3 custom templates. Interesting. Yep, and I guess that just all goes away. Interesting. What other options do we have? We're just sort of exploring options right now. Fast characters, specifically 5th ed. Yeah, don't care about that. RPG Smith, what does this do? All this stuff seems a bit more complicated than I would like. D&D Beyond. Probably just do this with the spreadsheet, if we're being honest. Man, a form would almost work, but whatever. Yeah. Oh my god. Come on, mouse, please. So yeah, let's just jump into name, class, move speed, so this will all be fixed values, these will be temporary value. That's one above. Default, current. Move speed, armor, structure, heat, capacity. So like this will be 20, 0. Heat sink. Yeah, let's start with the skink here. Armor 20, current is 20. Structure 2, current is 2. Head sink, that's something very different. Heat sink is 1d6. Move speed 10. Aim. Skink. Stealth. Class light. Weapons. It's got 3 slots. Modules. It's got 1 slot. Specialized. Systems. Weapons. Flechette. Laser. Damage. Range. Heat. Ammo. 1d12. Yeah, this is very quick and dirty character sheet. Sometimes fancy tools are too fancy. Yields. Whoop. Need that close bracket or I'm going to go weird. Let's start up some other music because I think the Battletech stuff is ended. Yeah. MechWarrior 4 soundtrack? Sure. Specialized systems. Graphic. Fields. Uses. And also has injectable heatsink. One use. And I guess if I was laying this out properly, there'd be like a description thing here. Rules. The ejectable heatsink, what does it do? 20 description minus 20 heat. Holographic field starts with 3, goes up to 5 because of the special rule and also the dedicated support hardware. How much evasion did I say gave you? Like 5 or something? Yeah, 5. What? No, stop that. No, it doesn't need to be an equation. God. Spreadsheets. Sometimes. Dear Lord. Weapons. Let's finish transcribing this. 1d12. 1d6. Range 4. 4. Heat 6. Three. All right. This is our quick and dirty mech spreadsheet, or mech character sheet. Which isn't too bad. It's kind of... Is there anything on this that you would need to know in addition if you were a character, or if you were a player sitting in front of this sheet? I don't think so. And I think this also kind of hits my target for a fairly minimal rule set. And that this is a lot less rules than you would, or a lot less things than you'd find on your typical, say, Dungeons and Dragons spreadsheet or character sheet. Mind you, you have a second sheet for your character, which is also going to be a lot simpler though than this. Yeah. I mean, I'd lay this out slightly differently and make this a little bit clearer and all that if I was laying this out properly. I guess we also need a effects sort of section and like a notes section. Those would also show up somewhere. Nope. Man, this soundtrack is certainly something. Okay. So if we were to, and then like, I don't know, let's make another secondary sheet down here for our NPCs. Name, move. Well, I guess we need somewhere to track evasion on this, is what we're actually missing. I'll probably lay out this front section a bit differently. Yeah, because some of these are like max versus current versus stuff like that. And evasion is just a single value. It doesn't need two columns. Same with these ones up here. But anyways, we're gonna have our evasion, armor, structure, weapons. And we're going to do 2 of our tanks, which can move 6, have currently 0 evasion, have 20 armor, have 0 structure, and have elite and auto cannon. So if we go back to our map now, which I put somewhere, here it is. Let's run the skink, because that's the one that I laid out. Skink is going to start down here. He's going to start over here. The skink has a much higher movement than these tanks, so it's going to go first. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it is going to gain 10 evasion. Now, we're going to go over here. They have no heat, so it doesn't matter. They're going to move 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they are each going to have 6 evasion now. Now we're going to go back to our player. They're going to lose their evasion. And then they're going to try and mess up one of these tanks. Let's see, what's their range? 4? So they want to get more evasion. They know there's one around the corner here, but if I move around the corner here and fire, they're going to have very low evasion. So they're instead going to move to this. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then they're going to fire all 3 of their weapons. They currently have 10 evasion. And they are going to fire 2d12 plus 1d6 for 17 points of damage on, let's say this tank 2. 17, so it loses 6 off of, it loses all its evasion. And then, so that's 6 off of it, and then it takes 11 points of damage, down to 9 armor. So that's a very meaty hit. However, they now gain 6, 12, 15 heat. And then reduce ammo on each of these by 1. And that's their turn. Now we're going to go back to our tanks. This tank, tank 2, come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess if it went here, it'd be 6. It's got a range of... what is the range on an autocannon? The downside of the short sheet is you just kind of need to memorize all of the various rules. Autocannon range... 12. Plenty of range. And if we were to test that out, it'd be shortest path, including diagonal. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I said not including, so these are only 4 away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, really? Huh. I probably need to drop these ranges way down, based off of the way that I laid out these rules. So let's make them. So it's just going to fire its autocannon at this distance for 1d12, I think? 1d10? I think it was 1d10. Deals 10 damage, removing all of their evasion. And then this tank, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to move in a straight line and also fire its autocannon, dealing 9 points to its armor. And now both of them have 6 evasion as well. Right. Back to our... I don't know, music didn't just go away already, did it? Just being quiet. Oh no, my speakers popped. Right. So our little skid here is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But because of the way it's been blocked, it can't move the full 10, so it's only going to get 8 evasion here. And then it's going to shoot at tank 2. Oh, right, and it was going to heat sink at the end of its turn. So this is actually down to 10. It's going to, once again, fire all of its weapons. 2d12 plus 1d6 for 21 points of damage. Blowing up this tank. That's not what I want to do. It's ping just blowing up that tank. Okay. And then it's also going to gain 15 points of heat. So 25, which is over its heat value. It's going to reduce these. It's going to go to the end of its turn where it will take 5 points of damage, down to 4. Hey, the Dice Goddess, how's it going? It's going to go down to 4. Then it's going to heat sink. 1d6. 4. Down to 21. Interesting. Now we're going to go back to our tanks, only one of which is left. It's at full health. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then shoot. 1d10. 6 points of damage. Not enough to reduce the evasion. Now we're in an interesting spot. Well, I guess this is why mechs are much more tougher than goons, is that as long as this mech keeps moving, as long as it keeps moving full speed, it won't be able to take any damage from this sole remaining tank, the way the evasion rules work. That said, it's currently over its heat value, so it doesn't actually want to fire any weapons until it heat sinks more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, so it was here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Or was it one up? No, I think it was one up, so it can get to there. So it's going to go up to 10 evasion for having moved 10 squares. It's going to not fire any weapons because it wants to heat sink. It's still going to take a point of damage. Down to 3 armor. And it's going to sink 1d6. Down to 19. Interesting. And then this is going to go 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't actually see it, so it's just going to sit there at full damage and evasion. I think this is going to continue running away, waiting to cool off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to do 10 evasion, then it'll go to the end of its turn and sink some more heat. Not very much. Interesting. 1d6 is not a lot of heat sink. 2d6 would be a lot, though. If I rolled 2d6 instead, I guess I can roll Snake Eyes. That's a valid output. Yeah, interesting. So it looks like the way I ended up designing these numbers, this can very quickly get overheated, and then having heat go back down takes quite a while. Oh, I guess it's got an ejectable heatsink, which I forgot about. Let's say it's going to use that here. So it's now going to be down at 0 heat. Which it should have done last turn, but it forgot, so that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fire the autocannon, not be able to beat the evasion, that's fine. This thing's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. No. So it's only going to go 8. So it's only going to get 8 evasion this turn. But that will let it fire all of its weapons again. 2d12 plus 1d6. Dealing 15 points of damage. So 6 evasion goes to 0. And the remaining 9 brings its armor to 11. It is, however, now out of ammo for its flechettes. Which means now the battle is officially a stalemate. If my rules can end up in stalemate sets or scenarios, that's not ideal. It might be a scenario where I need a rule. Like, I could solve this with a rule. I'd rather solve it with systems design. This is definitely a downside of the rules as written currently, is that it can lead to stalemate scenarios where everyone just generates more evasion than anyone else can deal. You all just sort of run in circles forever and then nothing happens. The other thing I could think about is yeah. The thought is that, like, if every group of enemies always feels at least one mech, then the battle is over when that mech is destroyed. Or when there's no mechs remaining on the enemy battlefield, and goon enemies are assumed to be defeated in the wrap-up. But also, part of the reason we're ending up in a stalemate here is how someone has designed their mech. Because this won't end up a stalemate if they design their mechs differently. And it's possible, it's fine that the stalemate scenario can show up if you don't design your mech correctly. But in that case, I do need a rule to handle the scenario. So if I was to create a rule to handle a scenario where two combatants can no longer deal damage to each other, what would that rule do? Is it the battle is a draw and all parties withdraw unharmed? Or at least in remaining stuff. So in this case, the tank would retreat and the mech would retreat, and then that'd just be the end. I think that makes sense. And then I'm starting to think about how players get rewarded for defeating enemies versus letting them escape. If the players are... So player rewards could be a scenario or a more systems approach to solving this problem, in that the GM could be like, in this case, they're going to retreat to deny the players the reward of defeating this enemy. Yeah, I think I like that approach a bit better. So basically the rules are going to be there's going to be rules somewhere for rewards for defeating enemies. Basically like an XP reward, but in this case it'll be money. And I guess this will be like the faucet for our money economy. Because I haven't really thought too hard about how that's all going to work. And then the GM will have a rule saying the players will have a rule saying they're allowed to retreat at any time, and are only rewarded for defeated vehicle or for defeated enemies. The GM will also have a rule saying they're allowed to retreat when victory is no longer possible, I guess. But yeah, it is something to think about as these stalemate scenarios. Especially with things like limited ammo and the way that evasion is effectively an infinite pool of temporary hit points. But I think we're making progress. What time is it? 8:30? I should probably stop at some point and make dinner. Also, there's a fruit fly in here for some reason. Hate that. Alright. So what have we done today? We've designed out a number of mechs, which is good. Oh, this is the old rules. These are the new rules. I should make a command to link to these. Let's do that now while I'm thinking about it. Copy link. Commands. Add. Mech. View the HUD and lasers. In progress. Rules here. There we go. There is now a bot command. I had previously posted this link to my Discord as well, if that's your thing. Yeah, so we fleshed out a bunch of specifics in terms of we made a bunch of mechs, which is all this. We did some weapon design, pulling in some of my old stuff. We've got a bunch of modules. We've got some specialized systems. We've got some NPCs, or some goon enemies. Yeah. I guess one of the things to think about is what different movement values can blank in terms of incoming damage. So movement speed of 6 will blank anything that does laser damage or below, as long as there's just one of them. I guess the stalemate scenario will also not be as much of a problem once there's multiple mechs on the field. In terms of the players, it would be fun to do like an actual proper play test with other people at some point. I'll have to see if I can organize that. Right, yeah, so we did this. Let's maybe... oh, wow. Well, I guess we're keeping going for a bit. Hello, Raiders! Welcome to Bengineering and all the Raiders. Hello. We are working on a tabletop game that I'm writing called Mud and Lasers. And yeah, well, thank you for that follow. If you were from my small amount of viewers here, and you're not following my good friend Ben, you should just go do that. He's a very good human. Ben was definitely already following me, and anyone who says, "Oh, there's a huge lying face," interesting. Oh, and Matt Board Games, thank you for that follow as well. Yeah, we're JJ Card, thank you for that follow. We're working on this mech game that I've been writing. If you would like to see the in-progress rules, you can find them with the / or the exclamation mech command. Mostly what we've done so far is the combat rules. The idea behind this is that I really like BattleTech and other sort of similar games. Very much a big fan of the BattleTech video game that came out. I've got a copy of the Lancer rulebook somewhere. But most mech games are just way too complicated. I would not inflict the Mech Warrior tabletop rules on any of my friends. So I wanted to make a much more stripped down version of those rules. We were just doing a little bit of theoretical playtesting, figuring out what we want to do with, or figuring out how some of these values actually play out on and awful. Thank you for that follow. Yeah. Yeah. We've laid out a bit of a temporary spreadsheet. At some point I'll make this look pretty. Ooh. Dear speakers, please stop popping. My poor speakers are old. But yeah. We were just laying out a small... You were just looking into mech games to play with your group? Yeah, nice. Lancer is a very cool game that came out lately and sort of coined the phrase Mud and Lasers, which I've just stolen wholesale as the title of this. But it's got way too many rules. So yeah, the rules in this, I've stripped out like accuracy or to hit rolls or anything. You just have damage rolls, and then you gain points of evasion based off of how many tiles you move, which act as temporary hit points that you can gain each turn. And then at the beginning of your turn, any existing evasion goes away, and you have to gain more by moving further. What about this is so muddy? It's sort of more of a campaign aesthetic in that it's very Western mech design. So it's very much like World War II tank aesthetic warfare rather than sleek futuristic vehicles. Yeah. So yeah, if we look at the Skink stealth mech that we were just looking at, it is a light mech. It's got 10 movement speed. The movement in this works, instead of dealing with facing and everything like that, you just have to move in a straight line, and you can only turn once per turn. And I think that is evocative of tank-based movement without actually having to worry about facing and stuff like that. You've got armor, you've got structure. This is a rule I actually just stole from Lancer, is When your armor is reduced to 0, you lose 1 structure point and then set your armor back to its maximum value. And then you also roll on the structure damage table, which can like destroy a weapon or reduce your movement speed and stuff like that. And these are permanent effects that you'll have to deal with over the campaign play. Let's see. It's got heat capacity. Every time you fire your weapons, they generate some amount of heat. At the end of your turn, if your heat is over your heat capacity, you take damage equal to the difference, and then you reduce your heat by an amount based off of your heat sink. And then you've got weapon slots, module slots, and specialized systems. Weapons being fairly self-explanatory, modules being passive effects like bonuses to armor, and specialized systems being more active, limited use systems. Yeah, so it's a pretty simple system to learn. It's not like incredibly simple, but it's definitely something you can teach pretty quickly, I think. There's also a social system, which I'm ripping basically entirely from the Powered by the Apocalypse rule set. And there's going to be some campaign rules at some point that I haven't thought too much about yet, but they will exist. Yeah. And I'm pretty happy with how the combat rules work so far. What I was noticing and thinking about was adjusting some of the heat and movement values and ranges, but that's fine. I mostly guessed at a bunch of these numbers. Anyways, the 2 rules that I haven't fleshed out in combat are interacting and drones. Drones are a fairly straightforward little system. And interacting, I just haven't quite decided what I want to do with that, because I had a thought about a looting rule, but I think I'm just gonna cut that rule. Yeah, Powered by the Apocalypse games are quite neat. I'm a big fan of Off-Worlders, which is a Powered by the Apocalypse game. This game is very, very inspired by Off-Worlders, because this rulebook, this is a fully complete, like, space, doing crimes in space sort of game system, and it's 30 pages long. It's very simple, and it's mostly Powered by the Apocalypse stuff, but with a couple extra things tacked onto it. And yeah, so I want the social stuff to be fairly loose, but with some roles, but to have all the combat be in this more structured environment, and then combat between humans can be done through roleplay. But I haven't worked on that part too much, other than doing just a quick pass on ripping the stuff out of that book. Yeah. So let's write down some thoughts that we had from the quick test we were just doing. I've got a test sheet over, or a test thing over here, through Dungeon Fog, which is I would definitely call this programmer art. I'm not actually programming anything, but it's a very similar sort of thought process. How do I make more tokens? Please make n token? How do I even do this anymore? Oh, I guess I just... now we have a second token. Good. So we ran through this. We found out that in small-scale combat stuff, you can end up stalemating because of the way that you gain evasion by moving, and then eventually you can just run out of ammo and not be able to deal enough damage to get past just the amount of passive evasion that they get to. So, stalemates are a problem. Can get to scenarios where you can not nerf evasion. That was definitely thought one. But it's also just an extension of how the flexibility you have in designing mechs, because you can just make because ammo is a system in this. You can just run out of ammo if you want to put all ammo-based weapons on your mech, which should be a valid thing to do. You can just run out of being able to do damage, no matter if evasion is a system that exists or not. So I was thinking about scenarios or adding in specific rules where if you reach a stalemate, like we could do chess rules where if you make 5 moves without attacking or dealing damage, the combat is ended in a draw. But I think the way that I want to solve it is that players are only rewarded for defeating vehicles, and in a stalemate scenario, the GM will just withdraw their forces, and the players won't get rewarded for it. So there'll be an incentive to build your mechs in a different way. And then that way, it'll also start hooking the rules into the campaign system as well, which I haven't gotten to yet. I know all of the costs are currently 0 and everything, but for defeated enemies, the GM will withdraw their forces in a stalemate scenario. Could do a fuel mechanic, but a lot to track. Yeah, I don't really want to. That's definitely just adding complexity to solve one problem, and I do really want to keep this system as stripped down as possible. Will draw them statement scenario. This will need a specific rule call out in the GM section. Players are only rewarded for defeated. Right. Not rewarded for withdrawn enemies in this scenario. All right, what else did we learn? We learned that heat builds up quickly and goes away slowly. So I think the default heat values need to be adjusted. Because we were gaining, when we were firing all of our weapons, we were gaining like 9 heat a turn, and the default heat sink value is only 1d6. So it can't keep up, which is fine. That part I'm fine with. But the average amount you end up sinking takes a long time to empty out, even if you are firing all the time, or even if you just stop firing for several turns in a row. you're removing like 3 heat on average. So if you fire 3 times, get up to 25 heat with a 20 heat capacity, which is what we had. First turn, you're very likely to not even sink all of the excess, and then after that, it takes like 3 turns to get back down to like 15, letting you fire once, which doesn't seem great. So I think the heat sink values need to go up at the very least. And then the other lever that we've got is the heat capacity, and we should think about whether that number should be adjusted and what would happen if we do that. So if we increase the heat capacity, that will let people fire for longer without suffering ill effects and sort of balance their usage a bit more without getting punished. Lower heat capacity means they're more likely to go over, but if the heat sink values are higher, then they're more likely to go over, take some damage, and then sink back out of it, which I think is a bit better. I think we're... question if I have time, how do repairs work, or is it hand-waved in some ways? A large amount of it's going to be hand-waved. The ammo and armor are definitely just going to be, don't worry about that cost. I haven't fleshed out those rules a ton because I haven't gone into the campaign section very much, but I definitely want repair costs and possibly also time cost. I haven't figured out exactly even what my levers are on the campaign section, but there will definitely be a cost for removing any effects from the structure damage table, which happens whenever you lose a point of structure, such as, so like if your heat capacity is reduced from having taken structure damage, you'll have to pay and take time to repair that later on. If their weapon is destroyed, you'll have to get a different weapon, stuff like that. Do you think it's worth adding a low-range, low-damage, no-heat weapon like a punch? I do have a weapon like that. In fact, there is a melee weapon, which is actually pretty reasonable damage. I don't think I want punches as a default option. I don't think that's as interesting. But I do definitely want sort of melee builds to be viable. And the trade-off with melee is that you need to move to a specific spot, which can mess with how much evasion you're generating. So I do want there to actually be a fairly reasonable reward for melee weapons. Default punches do seem a little more Gundam, yeah. I mean, Battletech absolutely has, like, some melee stuff. You can kick people and land on them and stuff like that. Death from above and whatnot. But in terms of the way that this system lays out, I think the melee is slightly at a disadvantage if you want to go down that route. So I want people to be rewarded with a no heat, reasonably high damage option if they want to go down that route. And I should probably add a couple of different variations to this when I go to flesh this out a bit more. Oh, Diabetic Madness, thank you for that follow as well. Sorry, I missed you. Yeah. Default heat sink values, or heat capacity should probably go down. Well, maybe go down. Yeah, so range outweighs damage and heat, then interesting, yeah. Yeah, there's, in terms of levers, as I've been saying, there's a couple of different, there's a number of different statistics on each weapon that are relevant, and generally, I want the weapons to be good at 2 and bad at 2, I guess. Or like good at 2, okay at 1, bad at 1. Sort of thing. So like the rail cannon is good at damage, it's good at range, it is bad at heat, it is bad at ammo, that sort of thing. The flechette launcher is good at damage, it is bad at range, it is bad at heat, and is also bad at ammo, but that's fine. Yeah, and this one also has the additional disadvantage of taking 2 slots, so this has to punch with the weight of 2 weapons. Yeah. Lasers are medium damage, medium heat, medium. They're just sort of medium across the board, but good at ammo. That sort of thing. What else did we learn from our quick little test there? Sheets are good. Tracking information is good. Should make some fancier sheets. Where did my spreadsheet go? Yeah, this is how the spreadsheet sort of shakes out at the moment, which I think is good. I think this is a good amount of stuff on a sheet. It's less than you would get on a like a D&D sheet or something like that. But you've got your move speed. You've got your evasion, your armor, structure, and heat, all of which sort of have default and current values, and heat sink. You've got your weapons, which just lay out all the details from the rules here. You've got your modules, and your specialized systems, and any sort of special rules, and that's basically it. And this is we definitely found that we didn't really need to go to refer to much further or much outside of these rules, which was nice. Yeah. You heading out? I bookmarked it. Awesome. This is only the second stream I've done of this. It's come along pretty quickly, which is nice. Yeah. We're at, what, 18 pages? Mind you, a bunch of these pages are just like mech sheets or duplicative information, because the first thing I did on the first stream was do an outline, just a bullet pointed outline. So all of the combat stuff is sort of duplicated in this section to where I actually sat down and wrote it all out. But I think the only... Yeah, we'll leave. You already think about more special abilities weapons could have. It's very inspiring. Thank you. Yeah. This is the wrong heading size. Is it? Yes. No, it isn't. That's a subsection under environmental effects. Yeah, there's some environmental effects in here as well. So cover is, if you start your turn in cover, you just gain 4 evasion. If you start your turn in a high temperature area, you just gain 4 heat. Low temperature, you lose 4 heat. So water or cold areas, stuff like that. Difficult terrain takes twice movement. Very, very simple stuff. Yeah. Let's talk about drones. This is the only part of the combat that I haven't, or the combat rules that I haven't fleshed out. Other than interacting. And interacting, I think, will be more of a thing once I start thinking about scenarios other than just defeat the enemy. So drones. The way drones work in my head is that they are essentially these NPC goons, but under your control. So what do we need to think about? We need to think about how you deploy them, how you move them around, how many you can control at a time, that sort of thing. Drones are deployable, mobile, combat platforms. Deploy combat platforms. Deploy a drone. Yeah. To deploy a drone, select and an adjacent non-impassable. You note that one of the drones had a movement value, so yeah. Well, so these were the goons. Drones are the specific system of stuff under players' controls, of which I only have one type so far, which have 10 armor, 0 structure, 5 movement, and a laser. But yes, that is a reasonable point, and it's worth thinking about whether or not players should be allowed, or whether players placing turrets is an interesting option, which it probably is. How about instead of mobile, I'll say automated. Selecting adjacent non-impassable tile and place the drone into it. Drones have a streamlined set of statistics. See, I still haven't figured out what I want to call these things. I've just been calling them goons, which is not what I want to call it in the finalized design. And calling them NPC things doesn't make as much sense, because you can also have mech NPCs. Simple enemies is descriptive but uninteresting. Let's see. Hostiles, yeah. But again, like, mechs can be hostiles. So I'm specifically thinking of a term for the stripped down rule set that is used for how about minor combatants for now. I do want to do like a language pass in terms of what I call individual units, I guess, and just get it all consistent. Technicals, like the pickup trucks with improvised platforms, but that doesn't cover, like, that's a very specific terminology, and that is, it is very specifically pickup trucks with improvised weapons platforms, and that doesn't cover tanks or floating drones or turrets or stuff like that. Hey, Warza, how's it going? Uzura. Yeah, let's pronounce it slightly wrong. An X as a technical is a bit of a running war nerd Twitter joke. Interesting. I tend not to go onto those parts of Twitter. Right, so something is absolutely not a pickup truck. Fair. You also suggest moving the pre-made next to the appendix? Yeah, probably. I mean, I could just do this. But yeah, definitely something to think about. Drums. See, minor combatants. Drums are controlled by the player, combatant that deployed them. They take their turn immediately after their controller. Drones I was working on, think we're being a bit distracting as chatters want to do. Yeah, but also it's good chatting with you and explaining things. Often just talking things out leads me to better conclusions. Drones are controlled by the combatant deployed them. They take their turn immediately after their controller. Default, you may only have a single drone deployed at a time, though this may be increased by special rules such as from modules. There's currently three sources of increasing the amount of drones, I think. What else do we need to think about with drones? If you were reading through this, you read this section, what questions would you have? You know what, let's grab the drone commander mech and run it through some tests. I'm going to increase this heatsink to 2d6. Where'd the spreadsheet go? Let's add a sheet. Drone commander, let's copy all of this. Thank you. Non-impassable is kind of awkward wording, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. What would be a better wording for that? The reason why I used non-impassable specifically is because impassable terrain is a specific rule. You love the MechWarrior 4 soundtrack? It's all-time fave. I've been enjoying it. I think this is the first time I've just sat down and listened to it. We started off listening through all of the BattleTech soundtrack, which I've very much been enjoying as well. Select an adjacent, maybe free or unoccupied. Oh yeah, unoccupied as well. Unoccupied is a good point. Adjacent unoccupied tile. That is not impassable. I'm just gonna do this the long way, I guess. Terrain. Drones have a streamlined set of statistics. They are controlled by the combatant who play them. Take their turn immediately after the controller. You can only have a single drone at a time. Those may increase. May only deploy one drone per turn. Drones. Since or because? Because drones are a specialized system. You may only deploy one drone per turn unless you can activate multiple specialized systems per turn. Okay, we were taking the drone commander for a test drive. This is a drone commander. It's a... come on. Support mech. It has a move speed of 5. It currently has 0 evasion. It has 30 armor. It has 3 structure. It has 20 heat. It has 2d6 heat sink. Our stock loadout is a large laser and a LRM. Large lasers do a d8. Have range 12. Have heat 6. Did I make a note about decreasing ranges? I did not. We found the ranges were too high. Partially because of how ranges are calculated in that they don't include either of the bases or either of the occupied tiles from the shooter to the target. Which I do specifically because of how melee works. Let's see. Large laser, 6 heat, no ammo, no special rules, and an LRM, which I haven't messed with these much yet. 1d4, range 16, heat 2, ammo 6, ammo left also 6, special rules Does not require line of sight. Modules. What do we have for modules? We've got drone rigging. This up here. Which is +1 drone, I think. Increase the maximum amount of drones you can control it. At once, +1. Just shorthanding this. What is the other thing we have? Extra ammo LRM. Which takes it from 6 to 12. And then specialized systems are none, actually, because of the... But it does have the built-in drone system. Which has 3 total uses. And then... You don't have this holographic field rule. So that was for the skink. Alright. Sheet 2. So we've got tanks we can use, or... Let's do a tank and a sniper drone. Or... Let's do 2 tanks and a sniper drone. Bump this up a bit. Move 4, evasion 0, armor 15, structure 0, and has a rail cannon. And I guess the other thing we want on this sheet is we want a spot to track our drones. So drone 1, 2, and 3, we want their speed, evasion, armor, no structure, weapons. These are always going to be lasers. What did I say? They have 10 armor and a 10 armor and a laser, and no heat, which is pretty nice. 5 movement, 10 armor, and a laser, which is 1d6. Range 8. And then we're just going to have like, because we can have total of 3 of them out. You're back. Looks like I got rated. I did get rated. Oh, hey, we out of MechWarrior music? We are. I have a Mech 4 Mercenaries soundtrack. Why not? Is that the same one we were listening to? I actually don't know the difference between Mech 4 and MechWarrior Mercenaries. They're different games, right? Oh, they are different games. Perfect. Oh, the soundtrack is a lot shorter. Half an hour of music? That doesn't sound right. There we go. Yes, they are different games. Yeah, they both exist outside of an era where I didn't have a computer to play on. All right, so this should be enough info to run a quick little test. Test Dungeon Bog. Oh, I got a spreadsheet over here. So this will be our drone commander. This will be our tanks. And as I guess we'll move the tanks sort of going through here. We want a sniper drone. And then we're also going to want some tokens for the drones when we get to them. Actually, I guess we'll do this. Wait, this looks... I need to change this color so they're not the same as the tanks. Alright. Okay. So, initiative. Initiative is decided by whoever's got the highest movement speed, which is... the tanks. The tanks go first. Tanks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They both now have 6 evasion. They have their default armor values of 20. And yeah, I'm gonna check range. Because we won't. I'm gonna write the. Range. It's definitely a thing to think about with. Should I track ammo on these minor combatants? Also, I should definitely copy down this information. Autocannons are D10, 12, 4. And I think I might have to bring these values down. And this is 1D20 and 16. I'm going to not track it for now. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Isn't, like, with a range of 12, this is currently in range. It doesn't have line of sight because it goes through this building. But 12 is a big range. So the tanks went. They've got their evasion. Neither of them can see our drone commander. Then the drone commander goes because they have a movement speed of 5. And there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which will get them 10 evasion. And they get a bonus 4 evasion because they are starting in cover. So they have 14 evasion currently. And then they're going to deploy a drone. Right here. Actually, before they're going to deploy a drone, they're going to fire their missiles because it doesn't require line of sight. Actually, they're not going to bother doing that. Well, now we're going to think about it. These two have evasion more than the missile can do in terms of damage, so that's not really worth firing them in terms of that sort of thing. But 16, it doesn't require line of sight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so they're gonna check a D4 at this sniper drone. Hey Avi, how's it going? They're gonna do 1 damage to the sniper drone. Missiles kind of suck. I should make missiles more interesting. Then they deploy their drone. They got 2 heat, and then they're gonna heat sink more than 2 heat, so that's fine. And then the drone's gonna go. The drone's got a movement speed of 5. 1, 2, 4. Right. So if I deployed it here, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This drone now has 5 evasion, and it's going to fire its laser. Interesting. At the tank, which isn't going to do anything. But let's track it anyways. Excited that working late today still means he didn't miss all of the stream. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely started late. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go because I do need to make food, and it is apparently 9:30 somehow. Woof. This now has evasion 1. Now we're on to the sniper drone's turn. It's got a movement of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, which isn't going to give it line of sight on anything. Do a food. Yeah, I'll do a food once I finish up this test. But now has 4 evasion. Now we're back to these tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I've eaten. Like, it's not that I haven't eaten today or anything. I'm gonna do a regular cooked dinner after this. But it does mean that when I go to do that will be the end of the stream, and I want to make sure I get to a reasonable stopping point before I do that. And it's gonna shoot at. Let's see. It's got a D10 of damage. And it can shoot at something that has 5 evasion or something that has 14. It's almost half-past. You should do a food. Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to shoot at this drone with its D10. It's going to do 6. So this drone will lose all of its evasion and take 1 point of armor damage. And then this tank will go, and it will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and do likewise. 7 points of damage. So this now has 2 armor left, which is bad. I'm definitely already starting to see some of the strategy around drones and deploying them over the multiple turns and keeping them back so that you can then unleash them all at once, which is good. That's what I want out of a system, is feeling like there is a strategy. So the tanks have gone. It is now the drone commander's turn. They're going to start by losing all their evasion. They're then going to gain 4 evasion for being in cover. They are going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It still has a line of sight. Yeah. They're going to shoot both of their weapons at this enemy. So they're going to gain 8 heat. And then they're going to roll a D8 and a D4. So we fired last turn. We're firing this turn. We're down to 10 ammo. Dealing 4 damage. Which is not a lot. Oh, this is going back up to 6 evasion. There's a lot of writing down different numbers so far I'm finding in this system. Then it is going to deploy another drone. This drone is going to live here. Now it is its drone's turns. Start with this drone. This drone is going to get 4 evasion immediately. Let's see, they move their full value as well, so 9 evasion. Start with 4, and then they're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's not right. Nope, don't want to move the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My mouse has been crapping out lately, which is some of the difficulty there. So it has 9 evasion, and then it's going to shoot its laser at this tank for 1d6. 6 points of damage. This tank is going to go to 0 evasion and then take 4 points of armor damage. That is drone 1's turn. Drone's 2 turn is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gain 5 evasion. And also shoot a d6 at that tank. Bring it down to 12. Alright. Now is this sniper drone's turn. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to say it does have line of sight on this drone. So the sniper drone still has 4 evasion. And is going to roll a d20 at this drone. And do 9 points of damage, which is the amount of evasion it's got. So far, I don't think I've found anything in the drone rules that I feel like I've missed, which is good. Right, so that's their turn. Now we're back up to these tanks. Do the tanks want to focus on the drones or on the drone commander? I think this one will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then shoot at this drone. 10 for 7, destroying it. Yeah, right now, so I think value-wise, I think drones feel a little flimsy. I think there's interesting strategy around keeping them back. What happens if the drones of the commander is destroyed? Ah, good point. Good point. We should think about an answer to that, and then we should write that answer down. I think in that case, all of the drones are disabled. I think that makes the most sense, both in terms of narrative sense, but also in terms of design, in that it gives you the split decision of, do you try and clear out the drones or do you just focus on the thing that's controlling them. If the combatant that is controlling a drone is This is actually one of the nice things about working in front of Twitch chat. You got people ask questions and catch things. If the combatant that is controlling a drone is destroyed, the drone is likewise destroyed. Okay. So the way this is going to play out is that I think in this scenario, these three will end up overwhelming this. Imagine if the tank would go over the drones of the commander and the guy has this one. Yeah, exactly. It also makes you as a commander want to think about defensive options for yourself to make sure that you're not too squishy of a target, though that's true of everyone really. But it also means I should probably make drone commanders a bit squishier. So that's more of an important thing, but also they're getting damage mitigation in from the drones. You would assume the situation with the drone commander's mech is overheat or otherwise shut down. I don't currently have rules for that scenario. Overheating is just turns into damage, and there's no sort of like temporary disabled state. So we're pretty good there. But if I was to add something, that would be an additional thing to think about. Yeah, so in this scenario, the drone commander is going to deploy an additional drone on their turn. And then they're going to slowly have their drones whittled away, and then die to this tank and the sniper drone, which makes sense. I mean, you know. But also the numbers aren't balanced or anything like that, so I'm not too worried about that. But I do think it is an interesting play style, which is good, which is what I want. I do note that missiles are weak right now. I want to make missiles more interesting. So I'm going to make a note of that as well. Weak / uninteresting. But I don't think I'm gonna solve that tonight. Yeah. So we got a lot done today, I think. You find watching game design fascinating? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of what game design is just making confident and clear decisions. And then also thinking about everything. Just think of all of the things. I don't know. I don't have a formal design training, so I don't have a lot of... I would be a terrible design teacher. But hopefully people can learn from just sort of watching me think about and talk about things. Yeah. So today we started off, wrote some examples. We wrote a bunch of these mech loadouts, mech frames, which we will probably write more. It seems like a good stream warm-up activity is write a mech or two, figure out a weapon or two. We did these weapon and module tables. These are all new. We did some of this minor combatant stuff. We figured out how to test things, which is good. There's a fair amount of noodling around with tools, trying to figure that out. I got to show you Sophie's Dice, which is a very fun application. For example, I highly recommend Sophie's Dice. So that's good. We actually did some tests, which is nice. We thought about some of the edge case scenarios around stalemates. We started thinking about tuning some of the numbers to be better. We did some of that tuning. We haven't done all of it. There will be a lot more tuning in the future. I would like to move up to like a proper test with like multiple players and stuff like that at some point. The tests right now are very, very sort of just theory crafting. We made a character sheet, a very simple character sheet. I'll look around for tools to make fancier sheets at some point. Though maybe pulling out, what was the other one that was called? Emboss. Maybe next, or at some point we'll do an Emboss character sheet. but they tend to be a little more on the complicated end. Well, I just have to think about layouts way more than I want to with Emboss, which is not really where I want to be at the moment. It's something that'll happen at some point, but I don't want to think about layouts when I'm still figuring out what all the stats are. Yeah. But having like good character sheets to hand out to people so they can track information, I think would be a necessary precursor to running a proper like player-driven test. But as it stands, I think we have a full pass on combat. We have a fully functional, playable combat system, which is neat. Amethyst, thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, and we've got a sketch of a pass on our pilots, and we have a bunch of question marks for our campaign and GM sections. But that's fine, we'll get there at some point. Which I think is pretty good for, I mean, I guess, like, this isn't, I was about to say, like, oh, it's only been 8 hours of work, and I was like, okay, that's not true, because I'm pulling it all out of a bunch of stuff I wrote previously, so that doesn't, yeah, it's not how this works. But we've written a fair amount of words, which is nice. Yeah. If you want to take a look at this on your own time, there's a link to this sheet in the chat there. Actually, what I should do is I should link. I should link this in the main document if people want that as well, and also so I can find it. And with a link, can view. You should be able to like copy stuff out of this if you can view it, but not be able to edit it. So let's put this in here. Combat. Let's put it in with the blank sheet. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can also find a link to this in the Discord that I have. It's a very small little Discord, because I know everybody's in too many Discords. It's only like 5 channels. 2 of them are about music, 1 of them is about cats. What's the 5th channel about? It's probably just announcements, isn't it? Oh no, we have an art channel as well. But it's a pretty quiet place. But that's another place to find that link if you would like. Tomorrow, I will likely be doing more fiddle music. I've got a haircut, so it'll be after that. But I think my haircut's at like 1:15 or something. So probably, I don't know, like 4 o'clock-ish start time for some more fiddle music, if that is your jam, which it should be, because fiddle music is great. And then no stream Wednesday, because it's D&D, and I think that's also the Twitch blackout day, which is convenient, because I don't have to make a decision one way or another about anything. I just don't stream on the days I do D&D with other people. And after that, we'll see. If you're not already following me here, please do jam on that follow button. Greatly increases your chances of making your way back here in the future, which I think is a good deal for everybody involved. If you would like to follow me on other platforms, you can follow me on Twitter, where I tweet about stream things like I'm going live, or not stream things like, I don't know, things that aren't about streams. The Owl House, probably. I'm tweeting about the Owl House lately. There's a YouTube channel, which is where the archives go to live. If the video is not available here on Twitch, it is available on that YouTube channel, which, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that all of my old streams are good ones, but boy, they sure are there. But it's a little behind, but I'm catching up. There's the Discord, which I just linked, and there's also a cool little Ravelry group for those that like to hang out on the music streams and knit things, which if you like knitting or looking at knitting things, I highly recommend checking that out. Let's see who's online. Let's see who we can raid. Twitch.tv/following. There's probably not a ton of people online. I mean, oh, there are people online. Neat. Kind of want to raid Caleb. I think I'm gonna end up raiding Caleb unless he's going offline soon. Which he'll be gone for a bit. He'll be gone for a bit still. Yeah, let's raid Caleb D MTG. It's definitely a place I hang out and watch Magic things, which I don't actually do much outside of this person. He does occasionally do a swear, which I tend not to while I'm streaming. But so if that's a problem, then But yeah, go say hi to Caleb. If you got those emotes, get him up. Otherwise, just tell him he's great because he's great. And yeah, that's about it for me. I hope you all have a good night.